Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Flying with Mike. Today we are sitting in Los Angeles, and yes, we're taking the Queen of the Sky back to the air. Today we're not going to go as far as we did Saturday on that 8.5 hour journey. I think it turned into almost 12 hours. But today we're just going to hop halfway across the country, LA to St. Louis on Pan Am Clipper Belle of the Sky, as you see there. In the old, because I can say old, Pan Am billboard style. I really like this one. I think this really got the name out there pretty well to people. Yeah, it's Pan Am, not that little itty bitty one they used to put on it, about the size of the words Clipper Bell. So, but anyway, enough of that yakety yak yak yak. And you know what? Let's hop up into the cockpit. I haven't done a thing to this plane other than put it in the spot, take a couple nice action shots as you've seen, and started the stream and done some other pre-flighting, getting the information needed. So without further ado, all right, we are up in the cockpit. And yes, folks, it's a three-man crew, and I am going to have my fun just, well, because I can. Pretty boys up in the front, your captain and first officer. They're the one doing the parade wave as they taxi down the runway to everyone. The guy doing all the work is the guy behind him. He's the one that keeps that plane afloat. He's working all of this behind him, folks. And this is really better view of it. So kind of looks like that old Bugs Bunny thing, where he's sitting there with his little flight manual trying to learn in this whole myriad of gauges and dials and switches and all stare in front of him as the plane's heading straight for the earth. Without him, that's what pretty boys would have in their problem. They'd be headed straight down instead of on the way. All right, so enough fun. Let's get in here. We're going to first power up. So we'll hit the battery switch. We'll go to standby power on. Look, it's starting to come alive. Up top here, let's go ahead, put on the ground power. And I believe we are now powered up. Yep, we are. Let's head over to the front of the office here real quick. Make sure everything's set. We'll get some of these switches ready to go, plus the lighting. And we'll start the infamous alignment. Now we are again, and will for quite a while. It'll take me a while to get the, I'm going to call it courage, to go back to using the SIVAs, or I think it's called LTN, the updated version. I really ran across a huge problem with it on a 747-200. Made for Century of Flight. I think it actually first hit the airwaves Flight Sim 2002. Okay, part of the problem, yeah, Microsoft problem. No, back then Microsoft actually made good products. Okay, I know, enough. All right, so punching down here. All right, there we go. Align, all three in a line, just doing a quick check. We're going to do more intensive checks here in a minute. Hang on. There we go. Okay, we'll just do some quick checks here. Doing an overheat check basically. And now we'll get those on. All right, finally. Okay, everything looks lit up, but still, I remember it a little brighter here. I don't know. Oh, I got suckered in there, folks. Saw the call light. Oh, better click on it. Doing a light check. All right. Yeah, and I can hear the pretty boys going, see, that's what you get for making fun of us and Microsoft. All right, all the lights appear to be working while we're here. Real quick, go to standby, and we'll do the rest of the tests in a moment. All right, so the overhead panel, did I do? Okay, that still didn't do it. I wonder why they seem dimmer. Let me go back here and make sure. Yeah, we got everything lined up right. Okay, well, let's get the rest of the lighting taken care of. We got a couple switches down here and one here, also right off here. And at the same time, oil quantities are above 6, so we're good there. Coming on down. No, we're not moving on up to the east side, folks. We're going on down. I know I could probably work something out of that, but I'm not going to. All right. And we'll do a quick light check here. I see all those lights lit up, all those, everything looks good. We can turn those off. All right, so good thing is we're just about ready to start into this. So we'll do a APU check. Squibs look good. A and B look good. We'll go ahead and kick the galley powers on so they can start doing their stuff. Our lovely flight attendants. We have in attendance today, according to the flight plan, I believe 15. Sorry, correction. 13. So crew of 13 rolling out today. Not sure if that's accurate or not, but you know what? We'll go with it. Okay. Okay, just turning those on, squibs. And okay, hang on, I got to do this a little differently. Let's go up right against the circuit board with the camera, swing it around. That way we can see the tests. All right, the tests are done here. Okay, we got good indication right above it, and we got our lights going off up front, and let's do it again. It did go up, didn't it? Yeah, there we go. All right, just move a little over, and cargo check. Okay. Stand by, folks, 1 second. I think my wife, I'm going to see if she needs help. All right, folks, sorry for that. We're back. Okay, so let's get back over here and all right, so we do a test. Basically, I look for the word test and I test it. Okay, system 1. Whoop, sorry, folks, little low. There we go. 1 and 2. All right, buckling our shoes. Okay, testing the brakes temperatures. Right here's the brake temperatures, folks. Moving on down, again, to the west side, not the east side. Okay, and potable water, good. While I'm here, let's check our hydraulics. Cool. And now we move down. Basically, all we do for the fuel jettison is open it up. Hey, look, all the switches are off, and we close it back up. Okay, I don't see any words test. Fuel used zeroed, gauge check in progress. All looks good. One last thing to do here, folks, and what I'm going to be basically doing, I haven't put it, we are still probably at the levels either that it loads at or that we were at when we got to Anchorage, which we got a lot of fuel on it, looks like. So let's do that. Okay. Oh, went too fast. Sorry, folks. There we go. Basically, as you can see, I'm just waiting to see the light come on and go off when I turn the switch. Okay, turn it on. Back to where we were. Let's go ahead and run all of our pumps up. Anything with fuel in it will turn the lights off. And our panel is, for the most part, rearing and ready to go. So let's get into this now, folks, and let's talk about the flight. You know what? We'll use that angle for now. All right. So with that, I'm going to bring, this is something we did not do on the last flight. My apologies. I have Sim Toolkit up here now. All right, and as you can already tell, we are going to be taking off 24 left, and we're going to have a tailwind departure. That's just the way LAX operates. If you're unable, folks, in sim world, real world, if you're unable to do this, you got to tell ATC unable, because otherwise you're going to be told that's where you're going. You can grumble, but guess what? In the end, you're going to go where they tell you to go. All right, so let's take a look at today's flight plan, shall we? Today's flight. There, I'm just going to scroll down here.
You love me! You really love me!
Well, thank you, Hawker, for the subscription. 17 months. Wow. Thank you, man. Appreciate you coming on board, supporting the stream like you do, and hope you enjoy today's jaunt from LA to St. Louis. All right, so Los Angeles, runway 24 left. We already saw that. CB3 will be our departure. Daggett, DAG, our transition. Hopping on the Juliet 46, and you can read the rest. This flight plan takes a little bit to set up for this plane. Now, you can take what comes out because we're using the FMC. Not a problem, folks. I still try to get it more tailored to an aircraft without an FMC. So technically, yes, you could fly this VOR to VOR, Daggett to Dove, to Hugo, to Salina, to ANX. I know Napoleon. So, and then on to Coupe 1. Now, the Coupe 1, that looks a little tricky to fly, but it's supposedly not an RNAV. We'll find out here in a few once we get closer. So that's our routing today. Over to here, Los Angeles is 128 feet above sea level, runway heading 251, and it's 10,885 feet. And I do not think we're as heavy as we were to Alaska. Boy, were we heavy. All right, so let's see if we get an ATIS on here. No, we don't. Weather here currently, as you saw, 0505. Got a few clouds up to 12,000, actually up to 16,000, 18,000. Do I hear 19,000? Sorry, I got into my auctioneer mode. An altimeter 3009. So pretty decent loadout out of here. 382 people. We got a lot of peeps wanting to go to the Gateway City for some reason. That's cool. Payload's 86,140, and you can see the zero fuel weight we'll be trying to achieve here shortly. Okay, and the neat thing about this page is I can go back to LA and then all of a sudden take a look at St. Louis currently. Currently 230 at 8 on the winds, 240. And when maybe we get there. So right now, and I'll show this link here in a second, right now, They're landing 3 zeros up there. Right now, looking at this, that's a good number, even with currently and forecast, because you're looking at 90 degrees, I think, 300, 70, and here 60. So, I mean, it's a crosswind, but it's still putting a headwind component in play. All right, so there's our weather. Over here, let's take a look at a few other things. We got the JT9s on the wings. Distance to ground distance of 1,450 miles to fly, 1,340 by air. And I think that takes into account winds. I really don't know where this number comes from. Wind as of 1654, which I think is about 2 hours old, 267 at 41. So we're going to have a tailwind. Ain't that cool? All right, and again, here's our estimated takeoff weight, landing weight, and zero fuel weight, all under the maximums. This is the Lido version of it, folks. When you do SimBrief, you set your flight plan up on this free utility program online. Guess what? This is what it looks like when you hit generate. Now, there is a United format in here, especially you Airbus drivers, that will give you the en route temperature, average, and the tropo, which are fields on your McDo's. So United 18, I think it's the last one on there. So something to put in the back of the noggin there to pull up down the road. Okay, here's how the fuel breaks down. For big numbers we're looking for is our block out of here, 10851 or 501. Ooh, if we only put 10,000 pounds on here, boy, we'd be in trouble, wouldn't we? And this is the number I use for if it ever asks for a reserve, which we're not going to have on the default FMC. 34.6. Alternate today, folks, is Memphis. That's helping to drive that number. Flight level 370. So going to be a little bit on the heavy. Well, actually, no, we're pretty moderately loaded, so we could put a lot more cargo on. I can tell you that. So, there's our route to Memphis if needed. There's our route for today. And finally, here's the passenger loadout again. Like I said, 2.1. So we only got 2,000 pounds. They could load us up if we needed it. 382. That's a pretty good load in the back. All right, and the rest of it. All right, so with that, let's get back to flight summary. And let's go ahead and get rid of Sim Toolkit. Get into loading the plane. Now, you can find the CFB right next to the pilot, right over on the flight engineer. Whichever one, they both do the same thing. So, also, X-Plane11 guys like me, coming over to 12. Well, this version now is available for 11 as well. You have all the doors working now. Thumbs up. Wish we could still get the side door for cargo, but you know what, folks, no complaints here. Just having those available are great. And by the way, if you're wondering what's these are the doors upper level left and right. Yes, they have emergency exit doors up there, folks. Okay, load calculator. First off, take a quick look at it. Okay, load calculator is just what it says. We're going to calculate what the system here says we need to do. Does not load it, does not fuel it. Refuel and payload, load it and fuel it. INS is just a quick helper to help you out with the INS. We were on the ground page. Fast load, checklists will be in here shortly. Performance, that'll be added in here as we get to it. So let's start off by calculating our load. 382 people. Okay, stand by while I get all of this pulled to where I can utilize it. Okay, so 382 people. Let's start at 75 and see where we're at. Okay, let's go to 100. A lot easier to work with because it says now 388 people. And if you notice, our payload is at 85. We're still below, but that is going to change here. First thing, let's deal with the passengers. So as you can tell, every area is loaded, and we need to come down. I really hate my system because it does that all the time. Bear with me. So we need to come down 6 peeps. See how close we were to grossing this thing out? I'm going to take a couple out of here, a couple out of the back, and a couple here. Now we're at 382. We are still not at our zero fuel weight. Well, actually, we're close. We're 2,000 pounds off. So, okay. And let's see here. Where are we at now? 4719. So we'll go more time on each. 5. And by the way, if you're curious where each of these are, if you haven't figured out, it says it right down here. Cabin 1, and so forth, 2, 3, 4. Cabin 1 includes the upper, no, you got the upper deck, then 1, 2, 3, 4. So you get an idea where you're putting things. The only thing it doesn't show, would be kind of nice, but again, no complaints here, where the CG is on the plate. We've got the numbers, but how does it look? Kind of like what you get with the FJS 727. You get a feel for how the CG is. All right, so we need 400 more pounds roughly. All right, so I am going to put it here. And here. 829. Oh, look at that. 472,829. Now that worked out pretty good. Okay, 86,140. That even works out better. Block out weight will be 541. Takeoff weight 539. What? Oh, it's because we don't have the fuel in yet. Okay, now let's calculate our fuel. Okay, so we're looking at we're going to go ahead and go with the ground distance number, 1450. Because I don't know if they're using air miles or not. We're going to 37. Tailwind. We're going to be pushed along. Let's hold on that for now. Let's go see what Memphis is from where we're at. I passed it up. There you are. Distance 300 miles. Okay. I like 20 minutes for taxiing, and I can hear people go, oh, that's way too much. Well, not in LA. Well, here, we'll probably get on the runway in a snap. St. Louis, if we're landing on the 3 zeros, yeah, we might work our way over quickly, and we may not. We may get hung. Actually, we shouldn't, because we should be on the 3-0 left. But, well, you know, we're playing it to be safe. All right, now the fuel. We are looking for, whoops, doink. Hang on a second, folks. There we go. Fuel. we're wanting 1085. So we're currently totaled at way over that. All right. Okay, we can't even bring it down there. All right, so their suggestion is we put 113,312. I'm going to go ahead and say that looks good. And for those that like to see the numbers, there you go. Okay. All right, there were some important numbers on there we'll be getting elsewhere. Let me show you. Here's our load limits. Stave trim 3.6 is what's right now estimated with this load sheet. And blocking at 13,320. Landing fuel 37.6 is what they're estimating, which is well within our 34. Taxi time, contingency, so forth. Oh, that is so annoying. All right, so let's go now and begin to load the plane. Payload. This time, I think we instant loaded last time the peeps, or the cargo, my bad, but it was, you know, it shows as peeps. We're going to do it this way. Load. Oh, wait, you know what? It has no numbers to work with. That's why. All right, got to click use load sheet, click load. And, oh, no, dummy. Let's do it. Cargo and board. So the peeps are working their way on while we're fueling. Now we are going to instant fuel. I didn't like what it did once to me. So I just always, I can put it and it just put the fuel all in the wrong places. So we'll instant fuel. Okay. And the aircraft is being loaded. I'll keep it on this page for now while we watch our passengers just nonchalantly come on. Muffy, they'll wait on us, really. Got our champagne? So, all right, so back over to the main board here. Let's fire up the APU. What we're going to be waiting for is this light to go out, which is your APU door. And then start. Okay, there goes the EGT up. Okay, we're at 100% all around. Okay, so okay, we're on the APU generator and bleed air. There we go. I'm like, where's the air sounds? All right, so we've already done all of our tests up here. Last thing I want to do, get our weather again. Tree 006, so we'll get that set in here. Oh, let's turn on some packs. Oh wait, we're going up to 37, so that's got the wrong thing in mind with that one. This one's the one I was wanting. There we go. And there are tests down here, folks. Great manual with the aircraft. Okay, there we go to 100%. I'm going to go ahead and bring on pack 3 since we're so full. And while we're at it, let's go ahead and get the electric pumps on for the brakes. All right, where are we at? 101 people on board now. All right, so let's do the tests here in the middle. One of these days, I'm going to get this camera set to the way I like it. Makes it real easy to use. I'm also going to pull up my charts. What I'm getting is a ILS number. Real quick here, we'll just pull 24 left. What the heck? Delete. And we're looking at 1117. And I'll show you what we're going to do. All right, so we got that. We don't need it for takeoff. We just needed it for the numbers. Okay. All right, close that out. So what I want to do is first turn the panel up. Actually, real quick, get it on both sides. That way we can see what we're doing. All right. First thing I want to do is, okay, these worked. That's good. And you can see our gyros are all lined up and all but. Radio nav, make sure radio INS switch is on radio. We're going to do what's called an up left test, and then we'll do a down right. What's going to happen is this needle will move. In this position, this needle won't, but this will a little. We're going to be watching the glide slope. Make sure it goes up on the up left. Now when we do the down right, the needle will go right. And then a glide slope will go down. Go ahead and turn that on as well. Okay, glide slope went up, down right, and you can see glide slope went down and the needle went left. Good test. Okay, let's do our test. Okay, flight director off. While I'm here, 3006 we'll start it at. All right, push to test. Hey, I told you, when I see PTT or test, I'm going to press it. Light bulbs work. All right, let me see if the other one's unlit. Yep, it's still flashing. Okay. Okay, we got both of those showing good and good. Okay, real quick now across the top, everything is set off, dual heading, autopilots are off, auto throttle systems off, flight directors off. Before I come back and start working in the middle, I am remiss a little bit. I should have done this one first. Okay, up left. Okay, we got an up and it's left, down right, move to the right and down. Radio nav, perfect, off. All right, again, we checked our both. Okay. One thing we didn't check, radar altimeter. This will give us a tone, the other one will not. And I'll go ahead and set it. Okay, there we go. Again, they're good tests. Working our way across now. All right, so, need to come down just a tad more. All right. Max indicator reset, so all the maxes are reset. Altitude alert, you've heard this. Good test. Set it back to 3,000 for now. Oh, and you've heard this if you've listened to Flying with Mike too much on landings.
Pull up, glide slope, glide slope. Pull up, glide slope, glide slope. Pull up.
Okay, now the next one, rudder ratio, is just an idiot light on the cam here. And there it is, right above probe heat. Okay, moving across. All right, we'll go ahead and clear that. Hey, look, PTT, I gotta press it. Okay, test. Reset, oh, didn't get it over far enough. Reset that one. All right, now I'm gonna zoom it in again, and you can already see we're set. And if I do a test here, we don't get the what? So we'll set it also. Oop, it's already set to 300. Silly person behind the wheel. Lights work. All the way back over. All right, radar. Go ahead and turn it to 50 just to warm the CTR up, or CRT. That's all it does, folks. The radar unit is in the center panel. Make sure the rest of our instruments look right. Guards on set. We'll come back to the FMCs here in just a second. Hydraulic pressure is green. I wish this gauge was on the 727 because it shows you ailerons, rudder, and elevator. Not just elevator and rudder like it does on the 7.2. All right, and we can see the radars on here and everything's on. Okay, promised. FMC. Route menu. We don't have a flight plan loaded. Route menu, F plan. We're going out of KLAX. Origin, KSTL. Flight number PAA 10. Okay, departure out of here. 24 left. Oh, dang it. Try this again. 24 left. CB3. Transition is Daggett. Execute F plan. Next page. From Daggett now. We are going J146. Closing that one off at DVC. That is Delta, Victor, Charlie. Closed. And I go ahead and execute. Next one is J197. HGO. Hotel, Golf, Oscar. Almost there, folks. Joliet, 2-4. All the way over to Salina, which is Sierra, Lima, November. Execute. And then we are direct Napoleon, which is Alpha, November, X-ray. Enter, execute, done. Now, we do not have a nav display to go back through and make sure these are right. So we'll just kind of go through the pages, looking for discontinuities or everything looks good. Back to F plan, we'll now go to RNAV, or VNAV, sorry. Okay, that all looks good. Next page, 3723. and I always hit execute. Progress 1,284 miles, 2 hours, 42 minutes once we get airborne. And there we go, folks. Put it back on the legs page. And we'll put this one on the prog page, and there we go. Coming down the center. Okay. Stabilizer trim is green. Now, remember it said something about a 3. We may have to turn a switch here to light this up because it will need to be in the green here. So we'll wait to see what actually transpires. Parking brakes on, spoilers down. Here's where we move it. Nose forward is down. Nose up is back. Okay, so again, spoilers are down. Takeoff config check. Good. Flaps up and displaying 00 up top there. Okay, fuel is in the cutoff position. Parking brake set. Cutouts are good. Now, real quick about the radios here, folks. If you get someone that's way too loud, you can roll it back and turn them down. Unfortunately, if they're too weak at this level, you can't dial up any higher. Also, the PA that you can hear, that can be controlled how loud you hear it as well. This is how you find your ground speed, folks. What your heading is and what your ground speed is. You can set it to what's it say? TKGS, track ground speed. And you've got all of these as well. This is an INS unit. That's all we use it for in this mode. Now, if you decide to put the INSs in, here would be replaced with 2 more of one here and one there. So, but that's okay. Okay, we're next level, radio frequencies, Unicom. We have emergency, and I use this for my ATC channels. Down at the bottom, we'll do this test here in a moment, but all we need to do here is go to standby on the radar, and then I dial it up to 5. Lastly, make sure your trims are zeroed out and your lights are on, and let's see how we're doing on loading people. Hey, everybody's on board. How about that? We are aligned. Nav.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. On behalf of the entire crew, welcome aboard the Boeing 747 Classic. We will depart shortly after we have our clearance and the cabin crew is finished with their preparations. For now, I wish you a pleasant flight, and I will be back during the flight with further flight information.
All right. There you go, folks. We're getting close. Let's see if I can get Acres running this time. Probably not. Huh. Okay, well, that's fine. We'll go the old-fashioned way. Let's just start it directly. Okay, and let's go ahead just in case things get a little bit busy. Pause on top of descent, starting the flight. Looks like we got a good start there. Doink. And let me do this. Doink. I'm on the map. That's usually all I want to make sure. Cool. All right. And in our area, cool. All right, folks, I'm going to take a quick break. Just got to use the lav real quick. I'll be right back. We're going to get this plane out of here. Okay, folks, I do apologize. All right, so let's get this thing rolling. Let's do the checks here first. Okay, I just like to look through them real quick. All right, there will be a couple we will skip over. Exterior lights is one of them, and there may be another. But let's start it.
Before start checklist, please. Gear lever and lights. Down and check. Brakes. Parked. Start levers. Off. Radios. On and check. Flight control hydraulic power. On. INS. Check in nav. Compasses. Slaved. Window heat. On. Seatbelts and no smoking. On. Emergency lights. Armed. Exterior lights.
Okay. What it's looking for here in this check, folks, is that we have the beacon on and so forth. Actually, I don't have any of my lights on. How dare I as a pilot? And logo. So they would like to see the beacon on. We're not ready for it, so we're just going to skip it. Next
Flight
one.
instruments. Check. Altimeters and clocks. 1018. Set and cross check. Radio INS switches. Radio. Radar and transponder. Standby. Indicator lights. Check. Engine and wing anti-ice. Off. Stall warning. Check. Mach airspeed warning. Check. Auto brakes. Check and off. Body gear steering. Arm. Anti-skid. On. Autopilot and flight director. Check and off. Takeoff warning. Check. Auto-flight enunciators. Check. GPWS. Check. Instrument warning. Check. Flight director computer selectors. Check. Instrument source selectors. Normal. Reserve brake valve. Closed. Spoilers. Down. Static selectors. Normal. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. Brake pressure. Check. Stabilizer trim. Check and on. Rudder and aileron trim. Check. Checklist completed.
All right, folks, we have a slight delay. I will be right back. One more thing just happened. My daughter got here with the granddaughter. Going to go down, make sure everything's good for her, and get things in if she needs help. Hopefully back in about a minute or two. Stand by. All right, folks, national emergency averted. SAC can stand down. Binky or pacifier was found for the grandchild. All right, so let's move on. Next.
Battery. On. APU panel. Check. Auxiliary power. Check. Engine oil quantity. Check. Fuel quantity. 112,921 pounds. Fuel panel. Let's see.
Oh, I know what's going on there. I want to set one value though. $581. Set it there. What they wanted is fuel pumps on, so we're ready to start. Oh, I had some on, and I had some off. All right.
Check and set. Pressurization controls. Check and set. Bleed controls. Wait. Check and set. Hydraulic quantity. Check. EPR computer. Let's see.
Yeah, that was something I didn't test, so hang on. There we go. Just getting my Sim toolkit in a position that I can use it better. All right. So let's get back up front here, do a quick check of it. I know what they're really wanting is this to be set to GA, but it's not going to. And what I'm going to do is click over here. And let's do a test. Okay. Good. That's the best I know how to test this.
Go around. Circuit breakers. Check. Indicator lights. Check. Electrical panel. Check and set. Air conditioning controls. Let's see. Check and set.
Again, they're looking to be ready to
Control
start.
and wing overheat panels. Check and set. Equipment cooling. Check. Passenger oxygen. Check. Hydraulic panel. Check and set. Fuel jettison panel. Check. Crew oxygen. On. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. ADPs. Off. Checklist completed.
And as you can see, as I told you, you can do the EFB from here, and it works. They're tied to the same. So if I do it here, it'll still register over there. Okay, so we're up to starting the aircraft up. So that's a good thing. All right, so let me get the people comfortable while we get the tug up here. And then we'll get ready for our startup. Okay, first thing, let's
Cockpit to ground. Disconnect ground power.
wait a minute.
Ground power disconnected.
Let me look outside here. I thought I had the cargo doors open. Glad I looked because I would have reopened them. All right. Okay. Hang on one second. Let me see if my daughter needs help. Hang on. Sorry about that, folks, again. All right.
Cabin crew, arm slides.
All doors are closed and armed. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your chief flight attendant, and on behalf of our...
See, I can turn how the volume can be turned up, turned down. Just wanted to kind of show that off. Let's go ahead and get better pushback on its way.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
Wow, what's going on with that?
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
Actually, come out here. Let's go then.
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
Your nearest exit might be behind you. If we need to evacuate the aircraft, forward level lighting will guide you towards the exit. Doors can be opened by moving the handle in the direction of the arrow. Each door is equipped with an inflatable slide, which may also be detached and used as a life raft. Oxygen and air pressure are always being monitored. In the event of a decompression, an oxygen mask will automatically appear in front of you. To start the flow of oxygen, pull the mask towards you. Place it firmly over your nose and mouth. Secure the elastic band behind your head and breathe normally.
Okay, I'm just verifying the parking brake on chocks away.
Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Lean forward with your hands on top of your head and your elbows against your thighs. Ensure your feet are flat on the floor. The life vest is located in a pouch under your seat or between the armrests. When instructed to do so, open the plastic pouch and remove the vest. Slip it over your head, pass the straps around your waist, and adjust at the front. To inflate the vest, pull firmly on the red cord, only when leaving the aircraft. If you need to refill the vest, blow into the mouthpieces. Use the whistle and light to attract attention. All electronic devices must be set into airplane mode during the flight until further notice upon arrival. We remind you that this is a non-smoking flight.
Tow connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Located in the lavatory is prohibited by law.
Sorry, folks, just getting our performance put in here.
Located in the seat pocket in front of you. We strongly suggest you
See a slope on it. Okay. Dry temperature.
to ask one of our crew members. We wish you all an enjoyable flight.
Twenty-two 006. Calm. So, hang on a second, folks. All right, folks. Yeah, my daughter's trying to work from here as well, so I'm kind of doing a lot of things. Sorry about all the distractions. Okay. I'm going to go flaps 20. So we're looking at 122, 131, 145. Get that all set here in the center. What was that number? 45. 55. Light directors on. 251. Okay.
Los Angeles traffic, Spirit Wings 339 is 20 miles out for 25 left, Los Angeles.
Okay, everything appears good. Los Angeles is 13.6. In case we have to come back. Actually, I'll set it over here. Seal Beach 15.7. Okay. Oh, you know what I forgot to do over here? Set speed bugs. All right. Initial climb will be by ATC. Cool. Well, we'll kind of stair-step ourselves up here so we can work our way through using a lot of stuff here, folks. All right, we're ready to push. Heading for 24 left. Yeah, of course. Oh.
Parking brake released.
Starting for spec, and you may start engines.
All right, we are going to do that. So first thing, packs off. Okay. Next, come up top here. Start.
Ready to start the engines.
Okay.
Ready for engine start.
That's what we want to hear. And then I'll switch to this angle. And the reason I do that, folks, is that way I can come up here, start up number 3. We'll use system number 2 today.
Starting engine 3.
Start help open.
Okay. Just clicking it down. And then you can come over here, watch your N2 rise. When it gets to 20, you'll hear it. And then all you got to do is move your fuel valve up.
%, and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Okay. And then we just watch the numbers
Los
right.
Angeles traffic, Spirit Wings 339, 10 mile final, 25 left, Los Angeles. Engine stabilized.
And that's what we're looking for. Come up here. Repeat for engine 4.
Starting engine 4.
Starter valve open.
Okay, once you hear starter valve open, you can let up. Again, we're just watching N2.
Los Angeles traffic, West J1697, taxiing 24 left. 20% and 2.
Fuel on.
Okay.
Light up.
And you can see the
Starter off.
needles dialing up.
Engine stabilized.
Okay, it's stabilized. We can start over to number 1.
Operation
Starting
complete.
engine 1.
Go ahead and set the parking brake.
Starter valve open.
Okay. She said we can set the brake.
Parking brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Los Angeles traffic, Spirit Wings 339, 5 mile final, 25 left, Los Angeles.
20% and 2. Fuel on. Lights up. Starter off.
And we'll go ahead and release.
Engine stabilized.
Okay, final engine to start. I know I've heard that sometimes they wait till they're all started.
Starter valve open.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the right. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
Thanks for
20%
flying with
and
Mike.
2. Fuel on. Lights up. Starter off.
And what we're going to be watching for is the flags here.
Engine stabilized.
Perfect, there's the pins. Okay, and we're ready to go, folks.
Los Angeles traffic, WestJet 1697, departing 24 left, departure to the north.
Okay, starter valve off. All right, real quick, head over here. Let's get those engines, generators online. Okay, we're on the stop and all right, come up here. Don't think we're going to need any anti-ice out of here, but our pitot heat, that off. Set. See how I mean how annoying that is, folks? Okay, flight recorder, start beacon, pressure, anti-ice, pack valves, warning. Hydraulic panel. That would be a smart thing to have on. I think we can run the checklist.
After start checklist. Flight recorder. On. Start switches. Off. Beacon lights. On. Brake pressure. Check. Start levers. Idle detent. Engine and the ice. Off. Electrical panel. Check. Pack valves. Open. Dual warning lights. Out. Hydraulic panel. Check. Flight recorder. On. After start checklist completed.
Okay. And
Last 20.
let's get to the next one. State trim is not set. Okay, and then I'm just going to make sure it is in the green band by going forward with it. Okay, flight controls, that's the other big one I always forget. I'm going to show you why I like this one. The 727 only does rudder and elevator. Now you can see the ailerons working on the outer edges there. Elevator, top. Please make sure it centers, folks, when you let up on it. Rudder. Seatbelt yaw dampers, fuel, heat off, totalizer set, engine pump.
Los Angeles traffic, Cargo Lux 4316 Heavy, taxiing from the Imperial Cargo Complex in the southeast via Foxtrot, cross 25 left, line up 25 right.
A little too loud for my ears. Okay, F cargo shoulder belts, here we go.
Taxi checklist, please. Flaps. Flaps 20. Flaps 20. Takeoff data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
Los Angeles traffic, Spirit Wings 339, taxiing to Terminal 5 via Bravo, Charlie 9.
Probe heat. On. Flight controls. Check. Yaw dampers. Check. Seatbelt and shoulder harness. Check. APU. Off. Fuel heat. Off. Totalizer and gross weight. Set. Flight engineer and pilot panels. Check. Aft cargo heat. Normal. Seatbelt and shoulder harness. Check. Taxi checklist completed.
Okay, and the next ones before takeoff. Did that go back to one? I thought I set 155. All right, 15 degrees, nose up. Okay. And 3.6 is set, 305's optimum after 10,000. We'll probably look at quick takeoff again. All right, time to taxi.
Parking brake released.
Los Angeles traffic, Clipper 10, taxi 2, runway 24 left.
Los Angeles traffic, Cargo Lux 4316, crossing runway 25 left at Foxtrot. Los Angeles traffic, Cargo Lux 4316, heavy lining up 25 right for departure.
All right, let's do our before takeoffs. We missed that on the last trip. Okay, hang on. I already got a couple things I know I gotta do. What's the other one? Oh. Missions to flight start. Okay. Los Angeles traffic, Clipper 10 heavy departing 24 left.
Los Angeles traffic, cargo X 4316 heavy departing 25 right.
You'll
And
learn.
we're on the Ocean 1 turning south and then going back east.
You'll learn, folks. I don't talk much on the radio. Keep it simple. Also, folks, there is no reject takeoff setting on the auto brake, so we just keep it off. Now, technically, I guess we could do like Airbus, put it to max, but we're not. It's not in the checklist. Okay, auto gear, steering, body gear off.
Cabin ready.
Cabin crew, take your seats.
All right, let's run through it.
Los Angeles traffic, cargo X 4316 airborne passing 2,000 feet.
Before takeoff checklist.
Icing considerations.
Check.
Cabin alert.
Check.
Transponder.
Check.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Body gear steering.
Disarm.
Pack valves. Closed. Pressurization mode selector. Auto. Fuel boost pumps. On. Cross feed valves. Check. Before takeoff checklist completed.
Okay, we're cleared for takeoff, folks. Here we go.
Cross set.
Airspeed alive.
80 knots. V1. Rotate. Positive rate. Gear up. Flaps 10. Flaps 5.
Okay, we are airborne. Okay, packs are on.
Flaps 1. Flaps up. Now's the level off.
Okay, let's get the lights off. All right, folks, we are just about at 3:05, turning to go direct Seal Beach here in a second. Let's go to IAS for our climb. And, all right. Now let's pull up this. Wait, can't do it that way. All right, we can do the after takeoff checklist now. Yeah, and you're all going, whoa, you're like 12,000 feet up. Yep. All right, gear lever, landing, ignitions, packs, fuel heat. Auto. Okay.
After takeoff checklist. Gear lever. Off. Landing and logo lights. Damn.
Oh, they want the logo light too? Okay.
Off. Ignition. Check. Seatbelts and no smoking sign. Check. Back valve. Open. Fuel heat. Auto. Off the takeoff checklist completed.
Okay, and the next one should be descent. Yep. All right, folks, we are on our way. Coming out of the LA basin, nobody's online still, so away we go. Seal Beach is 17 miles ahead of us. Daggett is our next one. Let's go ahead, dial that in. It's 13.2. Set it up for 034. And that's an intercept, of course, folks. All right, we're on our way, folks. So 305, we're through 19. I just need to set our transition altimeter. Come over here, we'll go ahead and set it over here as well. Set for 38, we're cleared to 37,000, folks. Onward and upwards. I hope y'all enjoyed, and we'll be chatting with you here shortly as we head towards St. Louis. And a nice, about a 3-hour journey from the time we release brakes. We'll see what it ends up on the dial there. I hope you enjoy, folks. Be right back. All right, folks, we're with you. We're through 24,000. Kind of watching the mock numbers here we get around. Well, we're going for 8.5. So we'll just kind of watch how she does it here. But this is all strictly by pitch now, getting us up to altitude. So it's just monitoring that we stay at 305 by either nose up or nose down. And I'm right here, Joss. Joss D 777. Yes, sir. It was pretty busy in here, but I hope I looked a little better than I did Saturday. Still got a lot of work to do. I want to do a lot offline to work on that FRAPs, but really a good. I mean, this great plane. This best. I took it nice little stair steps to help me get things going this time. So hopefully we get everything to line up like it should. So, all right, we crossed Seal Beach, I see. By the way, folks, it's never fun working a three-man crew. You know, it'd be nice to have the pretty boys up front, the captain and first officer, taking care of this stuff while I try to manage that, or vice versa, one of them back there. Oh wait, then they'd have to work. Sorry, that wouldn't work out. Sorry, I love having fun with a three-man crew. Oh, but anyway, so I think we just crossed CB now. Sure did. So that'll be 034. All right, so where are we at here? Getting up to 0.76. All right, so just keep this going till we get to about 0.83, and then I'll put her into a mock climb at that. And then begin setting up for cruise. And I'm only putting it in this view, folks, so that I can monitor a couple things. Oh, this is a horrible view. Oh, no, I guess it is right. Okay, it is even. Never mind. Okay, we are in climb. That's good. All right, so we're getting up there, folks. Do a quick look back here. Okay. Airspeed's building up. We're looking good for, let's see, off Daggett. I'm going to be looking for, what's that, 031? The Vegas, baby. Where's Vegas? Where is, there it is, 16-9er. All right, we're just about to 8.3. And all I've done is taken it from managing it at 305 now to manage the speed climb at Mach 0.83. Once we reach cruise, we'll set for Mach 8.5 as our cruise speed. And this time I will remember to turn it into altitude hold. Okay, now I want to get my chat window that I always forget to do here. Pop that out. There we go. Okay, we are at 35. Okay. Okay, now I only turn one of these switches to INS. That way I can use the other to do cross fixes. Since we don't have the assistant of the captain and first officer on here, I'm kind of all in one.
1000 level off.
Perfect. And I'm just waiting on the Mach number to get up to 0.85, folks, and we'll switch it into AT mode here of Mach, which is the second level over. And this will switch to Mach. All right, we are now in Mach. So that's what it should now hold speed-wise by thrust. This here will have it hold whatever we command it to in the Mach or the IAS when set pitch-wise. Down here, we'll hold it by thrust. And there you go, folks. We are now on our way. We don't have a cruise checklist, but we're on our way. Okay, I think we just crossed Vegas. Now we're headed up to HGO. Oh, I'm sorry, is it Dove Creek? I don't think so. Oh, it is Dove Creek. Okay, DVC, then HGO. All right, let's take a look at a few things here, folks. Well, let's first take a look, see what we can see. All right, again, folks, this is X-Plane12, the Beta 13. I know here in the next week or two or three, we're going to probably see general release of X-Plane. If anyone from X-Plane12 is out there listening, my one complaint, if I could even call it that, just looking there at Vegas, it actually looks like water all around it. Even when you're on the final approaches, especially for the ones, making it very difficult to see where the runway is. I think that has something to do with the icing effects, because we saw the same thing in Anchorage, along with the problem with the scenery elevations at Anchorage. But other than that, for the most part, I mean, I could sit here and talk about how bad the clouds look, but they've gotten better since when I got going with this in, what, beta 2 or 3. And the jetways have been fixed to where even the small airports, like the one I work at, actually work. But that was something interesting. Now, the icing effect up in Anchorage that we had on the runway, interesting. Confounded it, though, because of the elevation problems. I mean, we're talking, you had runway, almost a straight down, and then runway. And the same thing on the ramps, especially with FedEx. You had a big upgrade to get on the ramps, or the ramp that faces west. But beyond those things, folks, I love it. Now that we have the Felis 747, which is what you see in front of you, not sure the words to use here. Fully compatible, I guess, would be the right ones to use with X-Plane12. Folks, it was dynamite Saturday, running from Miami to Anchorage. OBS, which is what I use to do these streams, it's OBS, and yeah, it's OBS. There were issues there, but not with the plane. The only issue with the plane we had wasn't with the plane, it was with X-Plane when I went to go back to show the landing again so you could get a better feel for the elevation issues. It crashed the desktop. So that's not the plane's problem, that's X-Plane12. So you guys, phenomenal job. Loved it in X-Plane11. Love it here in X-Plane12. Looking forward to other developers like FJS to come on board with their products. So, but this is X-Plane12, folks. Now, do we have all the eye candy that Mike Musfuss has? No. Do we need all that eye candy? I know if we're simmers, say yes and no. I look for the atmosphere I'm flying through. And that includes weather, folks. X-Plane12 or X-Plane Laminar working to get us a better default look to the weather. Folks, I don't look for with a default setup like this, magnificent looking clouds and this and this. Folks, it's default. That's what developers come in and take the weather engines and make you go, wow, my goodness, like Active Sky. They did that for me in a century of flight, I think it was when I first used it. Might have been FS 2002. And yeah, they wowed me. But the default weather engine, other than some, well, FSX had a big default weather engine problem, never got corrected. That's because it's Microsoft. I'm not a big fan after FSX of Microsoft. But it looks good, folks. And X-Plane12 has come into its own here. I mean, we used to have wings bending right here and literally almost looked like they could flap to keep the plane in the air. They've got that all worked out. They have done an amazing job with this, folks, and I highly recommend it. Oh, by the way, it's only like $60 US for the sim. Throw another 70, I think it is, for Felis, and folks, you have a whale, and I do mean the pun, whale of a plane. If you're good with the INS system, it looks like it would work great. I really got frustrated with the SIVA INS. Now, granted, this goes back 15 years. So I'm sure what I ran into, hopefully, isn't still part of that. And that's why I don't use them. It was just headache after headache after headache with it. And thankfully, an FMC product came out, and I used it on all non-FMC'd aircraft from that point on. And you know what? I relax, enjoy my flights after that. And that's why I do it here. So I hope you enjoy. You know, we got time. We don't have ATC up. Let's have a little fun. Bear with me. All right, here is the captain, obviously. Some of the jump seats in here. There's the guy that does all the work. First officer. And then in the back here is the door. Let's go on a tour, shall we? And just show you the craftsmanship that went into the whole airplane. Upstairs, first class. Hang on. Make sure I didn't just hit the wrong key and make it do something. Sorry about that, folks. Don't think I did. Good. Sorry, gotta reset myself again. That's what I get for hitting all those wrong keys. So you can see, well done cabin. Can't remember. No, they didn't have the lav door working. There's your upper left door, or right door, and upper left for emergency exits. Shall we descend? Like I said, they really took level of detail to a new level. And folks, the rows of seat go all the way back. And let me just spin around here. And all the way forward. mean, folks, that is just unparalleled. You don't get that very often with aircraft, this kind of detail. So, my hat's off to the Felis group. Really excellent job. So you can see the galley areas are set pretty decently. Like I said, I mean, they've really taken, I mean, the only thing they could have done, and sorry folks, I don't ever expect this in a plane, that if they have the stuff on the walls here to tell you where you are, it shows you where you are. Now, I do know the Challenger has that. Before Hawker comes in, oh, the Challenger has that. You ought to fly more corporate. I don't like corporate. I like whales. We eat corporate planes for breakfast. So, but again, level of detail, folks, unbelievable. And well done that they took the extra steps. And I'm just going to work my way right back up here. And like I said, that, you know, just, oh, I gotta go back, really? That I wasn't expecting, but that's okay. There it is. So, again, back here, a nice radio panel, the whole 9 yards. Never even tried any of these. Oxygen panel. Seeing if maybe they had an old PMDG. Let's see, what is this switch? Look at that. Brings that light up. I mean, that's phenomenal. So, great job to the Felis team. Most of this stuff probably worked in 11. I just never really went and started playing with things. But yeah, it is really well done. Speaking of things I need to do, and the only reason it was very hard to hear, folks, I have it turned down. But really was a great flight on Saturday, minus the issues with OBS. Now, for those of you who were around and got knocked off because of the 3 disconnects en route, folks, the entire flight, one video is up on YouTube. Feel free to go watch it. It's not edited. Hang on. Just trying to remember the way I wrote it. And the YouTube link is will take you right to it. I also have it on Facebook. I haven't put it up to Facebook yet. I'll be doing that here, maybe on the flight. But yeah, let's go to that link, Flying with Mike, and boom, you're right on it. Now, I know I can change things to a handle and all of that. I'll be honest, I just haven't really looked. And, but yeah, we had a great flight on Saturday. So, folks, the last thing before I just kind of ease back, let y'all listen to the music, chill, as one of our followers once said, just comes here to chill. And, you know, I get it. I get it. And, today, we're going to fly. Friday, possibly. Okay. I have a flight showing that, like today's, may not be the one I fly. But with family here, with granddaughter here, I don't know anything of what exactly my schedule will be. So we will see if we're able to fly. If not, this will serve, and I will say it now, as our last flight before Thanksgiving and until into December, because I will be out of town next week. Haven't been away from here, as my wife was telling a co-worker, for quite a while. And I am going to be completely unreachable. I'll be watching streams from time to time, might even chime in, but folks, I am gone. I'll be checking the Discord channel, YouTube channels, of course. But I just wanted to get that out, that for a week we're going to be grounded, and intentionally come back to December. We'll see what we can put together, pick up maybe a flight we dropped here and there, and so forth. Because today we were supposed to come back from Phoenix to Mid-America. I just went a little further west and came from Los Angeles to St. Louis. So, and it's fun, because this is a fun plane, folks. I've always loved the 200. I like the 400 more, but only because simplicity. The 200, I would rather fly because it is loaded with a lot of systems, loaded with everything working, and looks good on the eye. Working through everything to get it airborne is, I love it. Wish more streamers out there would do it. No, wait. No, I don't, because then everyone watches me. No, just kidding. So, but again, today's flight will serve as the last flight until into December, and then we'll come back and hopefully with some great flights ahead. So for now, I will step back, let y'all relax, chill, and enjoy the next, what are we calling it? 2 hours as we cruise across the Southwest to St. Louis. All right, folks. Questions, comments. Love to hear them, see them in the chat bot. Love to find out who's here and watching and see where you're from. We have had a great departure out of Los Angeles. Looking forward to that arrival into the gateway, St. Louis, Missouri. And I will say this, X-Plane12 caught me off guard. St. Louis is one of the places they actually enhanced. That's the word I use. The scenery there, and much obliged. The big thing I was just looking for was the Gateway Arch. Just these iconic things we look for out there, folks, when we're flying. Makes VFR flight a lot easier. Yeah, it was nice to see. Thank you there, Mr. Austin. So, yeah, we are cruising across the Four Corners area, headed to the Gateway in about an hour and 45 minutes, hour and a half, somewhere in that ballpark. About an hour and 45 minutes. So we'll get into the arrival brief here shortly. For now, it's just kind of kick back, relax on this. Oh man, what day of the week are we on? I've been on, just came off of 48 Tuesday. Tuesday before Thanksgiving. So, and I am going to show the verse again of the day. Of course, it'll probably come up right after I posted it. There are a lot of them out there today that I really like. This is not from the hashtag verse of the day, but it kind of dovetail with it. Rejoice always, pray without ceasing, give thanks in all circumstances. For this is the will of God in Christ. Jesus, or Christ for you. Do not quench the Spirit. Quench the Spirit. Actually, a lot in that little 3 verses, believe it or not, made up that whole message. But the big thing in there, folks, that I take away from it is to give thanks. Especially, look what's ahead of us in the U.S. Thanksgiving is upon us. And I can already hear people going, oh, I don't like this time of the year. It's cold. We spend. We don't. I'm like, folks, this is the time we look back. And it's a time to reflect, be thankful. I mean, folks, you made it through another year. I know some of you are going, you don't know the year I had. And I get it. I truly do get it, folks. Some of us have had really rough years by either a death in the family, lost jobs, lost wages, severe accidents. I mean, like, my Lord, we had a 6-inch snowstorm. I know you're all going, in Buffalo going, that's it, just 6 inches, really? My. I said, we had 6 inches here in St. Louis, which to us is as equal to your 6 feet that came in off the lake. To us, that is rough. To you, 6 feet is rough. And rightly so for both. But, you know, we've all had, you know, up and down years. I mean, parts of the year were just, oh my gosh, can it get any better? And some just like, oh my goodness, it can't get any worse. But you come in with a spirit of thanksgiving. And just realize, folks, every day is a new day. It's a gift from God. I mean, we can go back, we can get theological with you, go all the way back to the very first sin when the curse said we should die. Think about that. We're still alive, folks. Some 6, 7, 8, 9, however many years back that went. So, yeah, another big thing that for me came out of there, and it's not so much written, but it's to pray. And I know you all say, why? And, well, you know, when you let God know your circumstances, one, like the Israelites, he acted 400 years. Now, it took not 400 years of pain and suffering, folks, but it was the latter half of that when God said enough's enough. Pray. Pray without ceasing. Pray as if you've already received it. And just sit back, let God do it. Let God wow you. And then, of course, give thanks again. Troubles abound, folks. Troubles will always... I mean, no one ever said when you give your life to Christ, oh, the world is so much better at this, and we're going to be so full of rich and all of this. And no, he said, actually, you're going to suffer more. But at the same time, you have God's riches behind you. Folks, we're not here for today. We're here for eternity. We're looking for eternity. Where are we going to be in eternity when we, unfortunately, the curse catches up with everyone. We do die eventually. And where do you want to be? You want to be in heaven at the banquet table with Jesus and God at the throne? Or do you want to be gnashing teeth and whatever down in Satan's world? That's your call, folks. I can tell you right now, all you have to do is give your life to Jesus. Understand that Jesus is the Son of God. Openly announce that, God, I've screwed up. And I don't know how to fix it. I know you do. And I know your Son, Jesus, came to this world, died in this world for my sins. May your grace come upon me. And take the sin from me, just as Jesus rose from the dead 3 days later, that I can live with you, God, praising you. Once you do that, folks, the Holy Spirit comes upon you, and your life slowly begins to transform. Will it transfer overnight? Sometimes it transforms overnight. Some people, that happens. Most of us, it took you, however old you are today, it took you that long and that much sin to fortify, dig its nails into you for it to be removed. Sometimes it's removed, but for you, it takes time to actually allow that, oh my goodness, yeah, this life is good. It took, in my case, 57 years of a lot of, oh my goodness, folks. Well, it's going to take time. It's not going to just happen 57 seconds later. It's going to take time. But God hears you. God will be there for you. And you just have to have the faith and trust that Jesus will save you. And if you all say you don't have faith, if you're sitting in a chair, you have more faith than you ever will realize. Man made that, not God. Not meaning to be offensive, but folks, how do you know that chair is going to hold your weight? That's a lot of faith right there. So, again, folks, rejoice always. Pray without ceasing. Give thanks in all circumstances, for this is the will of God in Christ Jesus for you. And don't quench the Spirit, folks. You quench the spirit. You tell the spirit, I've got it. You can't fix it. You're committing one sin that God has a hard time letting up on you. So rejoice always, folks. Rejoice. Be thankful, especially for the food, hopefully, that will be on your plate here in the U.S. We have a lot of things to be thankful for. Oh, yeah, we could sit there and go, yeah, but we got this, we got that, and over here, this party was doing this to us. So, folks, that's going to be here all the time. Man is never going to make you happy. God can. God can and does, only if you're willing. Hope you all have a happy Thanksgiving. All right, look at the scenery outside here. Not bad, flyover country. Okay, looking through the systems here, we're all looking real good here. Pressurization's looking good. Hydraulics, fuel, all all right where they should be. Of course, the landing gear is up. And yeah, we're galley powers are on, so yeah, we're looking good there. Up front here, let's see, we're coming to oh, we just passed Dove Creek, so let me grab that one, as well as our one ahead of us. Let's put 112.1, that's ahead of us. Still out of range, about 180 miles to get to it, or 100, yeah. And then over here, we'll put Dove Creek in at 14.6. And we can, and that's why I don't turn this one on, because now I can turn this dial to and it's outbound, as you can see the needle down here. Then I'll set my heading just like that. That way, if we have any failures in the navigation systems, folks, I can switch. I've got right where I need to go and turn back if need be, although we don't have any airports at Dove Creek. There's a couple nearby. Telluride. I don't know if the runway's long enough, but trying to see where's Aspen. Oh well. But anyway, we have some options here. Denver, of course, up ahead. So yeah, we are level and steady. Hour and a half into the flight since pushback. Hour and 20 minutes since takeoff. And about an hour and 35-40 minutes to get there. So enjoy the music. Remember, folks, Thanksgiving is 2 days away. Hope you have a great Thanksgiving. For those in the U.S., don't know how many other countries, if any, celebrate it. The granddaughter's over and it's quite funny. Alright folks, so we are working our way to Olathe and Hayes, Salina, then Napoleon. Starting the Coop 1 arrival. Pilot Injung, welcome aboard. Hope you're having a great day. Thanks for the support of the stream and being a part of it. We are about halfway, a little over halfway to the gateway city of St. Louis. Flying in. I'm just checking up my data here. I don't think it's 6. What happened here? Hang on. Oh, I see what happened. I hate when it does this. Pilot or pilot boy? Got it. There we go. So how are you tonight there, sir? All right, now I was out here to check. All right, so we're going to need at least 5,900 feet of runway. See what happens when we go to the other side. Drops even further, sorry. Still the same amount. Leave that left. The 30 left. Okay, so we will need 11,000. So about half the runway. Okay, cool. And then I'll plan on, okay, so well, let's see how much time we have here. Well, hopefully tomorrow you get a break. So yeah, we're looking at about an hour. Let's see here. Hour to go. So let's talk about this arrival. Now, again, it took me a little bit to plan this all out. So, so what I did basically, again, I took a normal run and then made it more conducive for what aircraft like this would do. Be it if they had the INS, they'd be putting a lot of coordinates in and stuff, so I kept them to a minimum. And so what we came up with, and I'm looking at the arrival right now, and I always thought this was the RNAV in there, and it is not. So we kept RNAV approaches to a minimum. It's pretty much as much standard departure and arrivals as possible. Just getting some coffee here, folks. I live on that animal, especially after 48-hour shifts. All right. So let me get this up here for y'all to see. This is the charts program. And for now, I'm going to expand it out a little bit so y'all get a little better look at it. Okay. Sorry about that, folks. Let's see here. So we're on, like I said, the Coupe 1 arrival. Again, it's a standard arrival. No, technically, again, really to me, looks more like a RNAV approach, but you know, we go with what they tell us. D ATIS. Now, if you want to look at the ATIS for where we're going, I'll give you a link. Works in the US. This kind of a link may exist where you're at in the world, folks. Click on it. In the US, you'll get a drop down of US territory airports that are under D ATIS. Digital ATIS, meaning you can pull it off the web. So like us, we're 600, 500 miles out. We can get a flavor of what we're to look forward to when we get there. That's out on the ATIS, the Air Terminal Information Service wire. Updated at least every hour, sometimes multiple times. So, again, it gives us an idea, ballpark. Put this in the back of our mind. Okay, they're landing north, 3 zeros. Hey, that tells us a lot. They even give us in this one, let's see, visual approaches, if you've clicked on it, to 30 right, 29 in use. Of course, I'm picking 30 left. And in the real world, there's a good chance the real heavy, like 747s, your L10s for TWA back in the day would have flown this route. So, but today, 30 right, 29. 29, by the way, 1129 was not there during the TWA days. So, they came about because the airport needed to expand because of TWA and other airlines. So they built an extra runway to get the mile apart so they can simultaneously finally land instead of running them way down a mile away and then cutting them in. It was actually kind of neat to see. Saw it a few times. Really a neat approach. I don't think I'd like trying to fly it. So, but anyway, so there's our ATIS. Currently, just like the METAR, if you pull up SkyVector, hover over St. Louis, you'll get the same pretty much information. 260 at 7, 10-mile visibility. Oh, forgive me for yawning in your ears. There's a few clouds at flight level 250. It's 17 Celsius, -1 on the dew point. And 3021. Again, visual approaches on a day like this is what you'd like. Your commander can ask for the ILS. And then it gives a few other things like runway 12 localizer out of service, bird advisories in effect, you know, personal equipment adjacent to runways and taxiways. Probably because of snow. But we don't have any snow, so it's kind of an ambiguous whatever the heck they're putting out there. And it even tells you currently at 2015-51, it's Delta. Mind you, folks, when you come in, VATSIM may not be anywhere close. They may have it their way because they think they're Burger King. But anyway. So let's get back to it now. All right, so we're coming in Coupe 1. Elevation is 618. The frequency for the ATIS 125,025. Okay. Everywhere in the United States, and for that matter, most of North America is 18,000 foot on the transition. Makes it kind of simple. Europe gets a little confusing. You got to be really up on your transition levels and altitudes They get more critical with a lot of traffic, folks, because what you're doing is you're setting for a Cessna to be at the same displayed flight level as a 777 above a certain level. And it's low in Europe, between 5 and 10,000. So get over into the Far East, it gets up a little bit around 10 to 11. So the Cessnas and all are still down to the actual number. So anyway. So, and then, so from Coop, we'll fly this. But to get to Coop, we're coming in over Napoleon, which is 114.0 identifier, Alpha November X-ray. And there's your Morse code, which, by the way, you can tune in here. You can tune on any airplane, but this one, you can turn it up and down to hear it. Okay, we'll fly course of 105 to Putsy, which is the Forestel? Yeah, Forestel VOR distance 87 miles. Okay, there's where we're getting the standard arrival stuff. It's tracking it all the way. So from there to Coop. From Coop, as we read up here, we'll see continue on the 265 outbound radial to Forestel. So we'll pass Kayla, just make sure we're at 11,000. Oh wait, we'll be at 15. Our node is the second one, 3 zeros. Okay. Cross Forestal, out to August, and then Snyder. From between August and Snyder, we'll expect vectors for our final approach so we can land north. Okay, again, 15,000. Let's go ahead while we're here, pull that up. All right, next, what was it again? Kayla. Oh, passed it up. Where's Kayla? That way we can make sure it's programmed. Okay, so hopefully that adjusted our top of descent to 300. Okay, about 40 minutes out. Now, from here, we'll vector to our final approach course. All right, we'll look at this in kind of chunks. Okay, up here at the top. Again, this is our frequencies that we could be called upon to talk on. From approach to tower. For us, it would be 118.5. Ground. But we will have to tune in 111.5. Put here. 303 here. Yeah, I see that. Okay. And then once we have those timed in, okay, see we got disconnected from VATSIM and OBS again, so we are now connected. All right, we're having those kind of days, folks. But anyway, so 111.5 will go here. 303 will go here, here, and we'll expect to cross Tormay at 2,200 feet, ILS 783 MSL or 200 AGL. Second section. All right, and for those just coming back to us from Twitch, my apologies. The entire video, once again, will be available on YouTube at the well, can't guarantee at the conclusion, but within the next day or two, so you can go back and watch it. And my apologies. I don't know what's wrong with OBS here lately. It just drops for no reason. I don't even see a reason looking up here as to why it would have dropped. So, my apologies again. I do have the stats pulled up. Nothing looks out of whack. It just, as I call it now, it's what OBS is. That or it's Twitch causing a problem. I don't know. So, but anyway, folks, welcome back. We'll conclude this. We're set up to go out to moods, but we may turn in early at Fonte, track inbound. All right, and finally, let me see what our 134, so 140 we'll call it. So we'll do 800 feet a minute down, folks, to maintain our glide path till we're able to see the pappies and adjust as needed. But we should expect about 2 minutes from Tormey to the missed approach point. Malzer pappies on the left. There's our missed approach again. And one more look at the minimums for the airport. Again, MSL, that's what you would read on the dial here for the altimeter, 783. On this gauge, we'll go ahead and dial it down to 200. And I don't know if that's in visibility or not. No, it's not. We'll show it to you, folks. There we go. All right, we'll set that here momentarily. All right, now we do have a note down here, but normally it's an RVR of 24 or higher, or translated half mile or higher. The note here says we can take it down to an 18 RVR with flight director, autopilot HUD, or to the decision altitude. All right, lastly, folks, let me first pull that away. I, again, apologize for the disconnect. I really wish I knew what OBS was up to. But I can't even see on the stats page what would have caused that, so. So we're looking at medium brakes we'll set for. VREF of 134, we'll plan 140 to 145 down the slope. And we'll go ahead and set the speed bugs. And here's our clean speed of 230. Once we get below that, we can start in with flaps. Questions, comments, love to hear them in the chat. If I missed something, by all means, let me know, because I do try to be as real as I can, but again, we are in a sim. Now, where are we? Okay, crossing Hayes. We're almost there, by the way, folks. Salina's next, SLN, and then our initial for the star, ANX. So I'd say within, well, you know what? I'm not going to say within this. We're going to just look. We got 289 miles. Within the next 30 minutes, we'll begin setting up for descent. So, folks, now would be a good time if you would like to enter by putting a prediction in for the landing. Just like that, exclamation mark, the word predict, a space, and a negative number. And again, it's just a prediction of what will my landing look like. Oh, man. Oh, well, I lost. That is always amazing how this one's at 292 This one's at 292, yet it's 500 feet off. Really kind of makes me wonder. All right. Let me take a look at my fuel panel. All right, let's go ahead and start getting the reserve tanks emptied out. Oh, excuse me, folks. All right, folks, so we are cruising into getting ready to cross over Salina. And then it's 163 miles over to Napoleon, and then we'll enter the arrival. Again, hope you've enjoyed. It's been a blast, like always. The fun part's yet to go. You want to put a prediction in, correction. Back up, turn that around, exclamation mark, the word predict, a space and a negative number will get you a prediction on what you think the arrival will look like in feet per minute. We will go over the landing. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll be able to do a replay of it. And glean all of the information out of, what I did right, what I did wrong, both in text via Sim Toolkit and then hopefully in replaying the landing. Again, we're running default here, so we do not have any scenery in here yet. We do have a phenomenal St. Louis scenery in 11 that I paid for, 25 bucks. Beautiful job, folks. If you're an X-Plane11, I can't swear by it for X-Plane12, but I'll put it out there for you if you want it for X-Plane11. I think it's about 25 bucks, but folks, wow is all I got to say with it. I'm from St. Louis. I know Lambert. My only wish for that program and any program is you do one today for like Lambert or for like JFK. You do one for today. So we, those of us flying modern, up-to-date airlines and what have you, it looks right. But for those of us that know Lambert from, say, 2000, because you might even back it up, say 1995. That way you're for sure going to have all the Delta gates in there. And I don't mean Delta Airline. I mean D as the letter D, Delta. Not certain that the East Terminal was on then. Might have been. Don't know. But that airport has changed. But still, the fact that he's got the Metrolink in it, the East Terminal, runway 1129, the way the old Boeing area where they made the F-15s, AV-8s, gosh, I can't remember what all they did over there. That is still there, and the new Boeing facility, I mean, it's just phenomenal. Exclamation mark STL will get you that scenery. I know it works in X-Plane11. I have not had any confirmation of its compatibility with 12. I've also heard rumors someone is talking of doing a JFK in the Pan Am days. You really don't have to go back that far, because I think the World Terminal where Pan Am parked was torn in the 2000 teens early, I think. So if you just take it to there, for the most part, you have the old Pan Am facilities. So again, you know, that I'm not the guy gonna do it, folks. One, I don't know how. I know how to do the layout on the ground. Putting building buildings and all for Sims, I have no idea. Actually, strike that. In X-Plane, I have no idea how to do that. I could in FSX, A Century of Flight with Scruffy Ducks programs, but no. So, but anyway, there you go, folks. That is a phenomenal Lambert airport. I mean, I was shocked how good it was. Okay. And that's one of the only sceneries I've put in. And I have not done any yet for X-Plane 12 that I'm aware of payware. I may have one in there. All right, I talked about setting our radar altimeter. We'll get that right now. We'll set it just a little above 200. Gives me a blink of an eye. Okay, we go around. No, we land. Why am I not getting frequencies out here? That kind of worries me. 17.1. Hallelujah. What reason that worried me? What's this one? 14. I think I got it in there wrong. That's why. Oh, I don't even have it in there. One of my first flights with this plane, no, it was within the first few flights with this plane, left Los Angeles for Vancouver, flying for FedEx Express Virtual. About, somewhere between Portland, no, that's probably Medford-ish, draw the line out, San Francisco-ish. In that zone, I lost all my nav radios. Yeah, none of them were tuning in. Made for a really fun flight, folks. Thankfully, we were visual, even though we were marginal on METAR. I could see the runway, and our nav it to where I could. Whew, that was, yeah. And again, I don't know what caused it. I've seen a couple of other people have had that problem as well. Would love to know what causes that. That's what I was worried was getting ready to happen. I'm like, great, we are going to go visual into here. So, but yeah, right now we are 102 miles from Napoleon. Our top of descent calculation. Well, let's see. We'll do that real quick. Right. 37 minus 15, 37,000 minus 15,000. Puts 22,000, drop to 0, so we're 22. Times that by 3 puts us to 66 plus, I'm going to go with 81 miles from, I believe it's KLA. All right, so 51 miles to Putsy. Oh, really? 65. All right, so about 30 miles. Is that going to be about right? Yeah, let's go about 20 miles off of Napoleon. We'll start running a range out to, yeah, about 20 miles outbound. Napoleon will begin our descent to 15,000. Try and do it around 2,000, 2,300. Take it down and adjust from there. But it's down to, oh, wait a minute. No, it's to KLA. I'm sorry. Hang on. I got to readjust my calculation here. Hang on. 25 plus 51. So really, let's do it at about 55, yeah, 55 miles out of Napoleon, about 10 miles from Putsy. We'll start our descent. I'm sorry, I thought Kayla was Coop. I was misreading. All right, so, and then we'll adjust to get down to the proper altitudes for the ILS. So there you go, folks. I will remain silent till at least Napoleon in about 80 miles. We'll begin doing our setup here. Let's make sure we're drained, and we are. We'll just leave them open. And we are set to go. Ah, no METAR. All right, 2215. What? Oh, no. 2151. I misread the numbers. Sorry, folks. 2151. So they might be in the process of updating it. Try it one more time. All right, so they're not coming through that program, which is fine. We'll give it a little bit further and then we'll try it again. Yeah, still no METAR. We'll do the next best thing. D8us and see what we're looking at. $22.08, and we're still working off of, oh, $21.51. Okay, that's not bad. 240 at 8, 10 miles. Okay. Let's adjust this. Really annoying. 16. Whoop. Still 3021, 240 at 8. Still planning the 11,000 foot runway. All right, we're just not in range at a Forestel. Okay, we're gonna go outbound. Oil pressure seems redlined. Not sure if that's a Felis normal or what. All right, folks, we're 13 miles away from Napoleon. Let's give you another look outside. As we're coming over KCMO, KCKS. If you're a big train fan like I am as well, Union Pacific and, well, Norfolk and Southern and BNSF, massive yards there. It's kind of terminus for the West Coast Airlines, or West Coast Railroads, and the East Coast terminating there as well. But we are now on the Coop 1 arrival. All right, now one thing to keep in mind if you were doing VOR to VOR. VOR is great. I mean, it takes into effect wind and everything. You set the needle at the course described, like here, 105. Okay. Set it, fly it. Problem is DME. Remember, you're 37,000 feet, folks. Roughly, and I'm just going to ballpark it, 7 miles in the air. So when you come into the VOR, at least 10 miles out, you're going to begin to get where it's a little unstable. So you could kind of start turning towards 105 and bring it in, or you know, line up that way. Because again, you got a whole lot of real estate to cover to get on that 105 radial outbound. And then fly the needle to get on course. So if the needle's to your right, track to it, and then as it starts coming online, turn on course. As long as you're outside 10 to 15 miles, you'll track right onto it. You might have to make little variations here and there for the first 20 miles, and then you should be able to lock it right in. Again, as a DME number 2 says, we're looking roughly 50 to 55 miles out. We'll start our descent procedures. And again, I hope you all have a great, fabulous Thanksgiving Day. Hope you have lots to be, everyone has lots to be thankful. It's the cloudiness of life that sometimes blinds us to the truly things to be thankful for, folks. And I'm not trying to make light of any of that, by the way, folks. I know some people, like I said earlier in the message I had, I know they're going through some very tough times. And I'd like to say it'll get better. I can't see that, but I can tell you this. With Christ, it makes it easier. Can't guarantee it's going to go away, folks. Sorry. There's no guarantees in this world except one thing. Christ died for you on a cross. God forgave you of your sins because of that. Here's the catch, though. Yeah, believe it or not, there is a catch to this, folks. I can hear preachers' jaws hitting the ground. No, there's no catch. No, those. There is. You have to accept it. Christ did all the work. God laid it all out for you, both scripture and on the cross. Now it's in your ballpark to accept it. So I hope you all have I really do hope it's a happy Thanksgiving. And I hope as you come together at the table, it's a great Thanksgiving meal for you. I mean, folks, it doesn't have to have all the trimmings to it. Just being together with somebody. Sometimes the greatest meal of all. So. All right, so we are now just about, let's go ahead, plug in our altitude. All right, so there's 15,000, which is what we got to make by Kayla. We still haven't reached. I set that. By the way, with Guardian, you can get a top of descent on it. Same with Mac Air. I believe some Air Force that I fly with, you can. Federal Express or FedEx Express Virtual. If it's not in the program, you're not getting it through Acres. Just unpause it. And I'm going to give it a little bit more. Okay, there's 51. All right, let's set altitude select mode. DS. Down we go. Another click, let's see, maybe 2 more. Down. Oh, we're going up. My bad. Okay, we are now on it. Oh, wow, we are on it. 85. Okay. Okay. See how this trues out. We're coming down at about 2,300 feet a minute. And I'm going to come down at 290, folks. I really don't know the best descent speed here for this plane. Oh, wasn't what I wanted. Okay, so we are descending at about 2,200 feet. I want to make sure we level off at KLAX 15 so I can start getting things squared away here. Let's start looking at that checklist and updating our landing stuff one more time, since I'm still not seeing a METAR. Okay, as of 2151. 240 at 8. Okay, 3021, 16, dry, 311. All right. So again, VREF 134, set to speed bugs. We're looking at about 5,900 feet of runway. All right, checklists. All right, so seat belts. Let's go ahead and get them getting into their seats. Anti-ice not needed. Exterior lights are good. Auto brakes. Said medium. Radio INS switch. Flight director set. Brake pressure checked. Spoilers will get armed. Altimeters will get cross-checked under 18. Landing data EPR set. And the radar is not. Nothing out there anyway, so that's a good thing. TCAS is clear. That's one thing. I'd like to put a question mark out there to the guys at Felis. How do you adjust the range on TCAS? Is there a way? Or is there a place I can... Okay, looks like I have to control it. Now, I thought I'd... Ah, okay. Okay. And yes, Joss D777, thank you for the information provided. Wow, I'm learning a lot on this. Or AT switch off and then use it. I think I'm going to keep it like this. Let's see how we're doing. Okay, we are through 19. We're at 18. Where are we on track? 28 miles out. This will be 11 miles. Well, we're going to actually be pretty close. And then from here, we'll begin slowing to 250. And at Kayla, we will go, or after this song, I will try my best to turn the music off. Because it's going to get really hopping in here. Okay, 3021. Hang on, folks. Perfect. Okay. 20 miles out. All right, so boy, that was good calculations there. Wow. It worked for the first time in a long time. All right. Next, 4,500. Okay, altitude hold. Okay. Gonna set our heading. 1, 2, 5 for now. And cross Forestal. Cross August at 8.2. Okay. As soon as we turn south, we'll get the ILS tuned up. All right, folks, welcome to Flying with Mike. Hope you enjoyed the flight so far. We've been airborne about just shy of 3 hours from Los Angeles to the gateway city, also known as St. Louis. Slowly approaching Forestal VOR, where we'll then go out 2 more fixes, about 21 miles. Then we'll veer southbound. 125 heading, working our way in. And currently nothing online in the St. Louis area. A lot of people came on. I just happened to look up and went, whoa, where'd all these people come from? But thankfully not here. All right, so we're 3, 4 out. All right, and the ETA is showing us at 7, call it 10 minutes to landing. Again, fingers crossed that we'll be able to rewind and learn from the video. Yep, nobody's up in the St. Louis area. Cool. All right, folks. So again, if you want to put a prediction in, we'd love for you to try. It's exclamation mark, the word predict, space, and then a negative number. I've got one in there. So feel free to. We'd love for you to be a part of the stream. All right, I need to... Okay, we're coming up on August. And as you can tell, yeah, I forgot. All right, we'll get that killed now so I don't forget again. And we're going to go ahead, go to heading, make our turn, radio, and let's set for 5,000. Six for now. I'm going to set my speed first. Okay. See how it does here. All right, now I'm going to go ahead and get our ILS set up. 115, and we're looking at 303. And what's Cardinal? Where is Cardinal on here? It's not. Huh. 17.4 then. All right, let's do the checks.
Approach checklist, please. Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Seatbelts and no smoking signs. On. 10,000. Anti-ice. Off. Exterior lights. Check. Outer brakes. Medium. Radio INS switches. Radio. Flight director computer selectors. Check. Brake pressure. Check. Spoilers. Damn. Altimeters. 1, 0, 2, 3. Set and cross-check. Landing data, EPR, and airspeed bugs. Set and cross-check. Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Fuel panel. Check. Fuel lead. Wait. Off. EPR computer. Go around. Cabin altitude. Check. Circuit breakers. Check. Approach checklist completed. 1,000 level off.
All right, so we're getting down, folks. Go ahead and slow us to 220. Okay. All right, folks.
Localizer alive.
Okay. He did not grab the look. Had a feeling it was going to be my plane.
Flaps 5.
Okay, I'm taking it. All right, got the runway in sight, so we're going to take it. All right, speed off. Get these blinky lights out of my face. Okay, I'm just going to set the speed bug for 150. Get back under this because it's descending too hard. All right, folks, we're lined up. St. Louis traffic, Clipper 10 heavy. On the ILS, runway 30 left. Approximately 18 miles. Okay. Go ahead and drop another layer of flaps. Get me down.
Flaps
10. Gear down.
10. Gear down. Flaps 20. Flaps 25.
St. Louis traffic, Clipper 10, 5 mile final, 30 left. Flaps full.
Flaps 30.
Runway in sight, stable, landing. Okay, here we come, folks.
500.
Happy in sight.
Approaching minimums. Minimums.
Landing, stable.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10. Check reverse.
Idle reverse. Well, hello, Miss Granddaughter. How are you? All right, folks, welcome to the gateway city of St. Louis. We clear off the runway. And St. Louis traffic, Clipper 10, clear of 30 left, taxi to the terminal. All right, folks, there we are. Let's get on here and start cleaning this bird up, shall we? All right, flaps up.
Flaps 1. Flaps up.
All right, so we have arrived here in the gateway city, folks. Where do we want to park? I know the 747s of TWA, the arch enemy, down there at the end here. I don't think they ever flew these in here, but since Delta owns them, we'll go ahead and head for the Delta gates. Okay, and let's get the spoilers up and down.
After landing checklist. Brake pressure. Check. Body gear steering. Arm. Outer brakes. Hold on. Off. Ignition. Damn. Off. Engine and wing anti-ice. Off. Radar and transponder. Damn.
All right, folks, we're just taxiing in.
Stand by. Flaps. Up. Seven units. Outflow valves. Open. Pressurization mode selector. Manual. Aft cargo heat. Let's see. Off. APU. This. Check. Checklist completed.
All right, next one. All right, let's see if it'll work. It usually doesn't. It doesn't. All right, so we'll come over here.
Cockpit to ground. Put the chocks on.
Flaps are on.
Little aggravating, but that's even happens to me with X-Plane11. So, all right, so the brakes are set, flaps are up.
All right, secure cockpit checklist. Brakes. Damn. Beacon lights. Damn.
Oh, they're gonna wait. All right, APU. Hang on. INS to align, probe heats off. Okay.
Cabin crew, disarm slides. Off. INS. Align. Probe and window heat. Hold on. Off. Back valves. Check. Fuel boost pumps. Let's see. Off. Reserve tank valves. Closed. Hydraulic panel. Check. Oxygen. Check. Flight recorder. Off. Emergency lights. Damn. Off. Radar. Damn. Off. INS. Let's see.
And it's this point here, folks,
Radio switches.
with the other plane.
Wait.
We're going to skip that. Is where I've had the troubles with INS in the past. That's why I don't use it. And we're done.
Cockpit to ground. Connect ground power.
Ground power can.
Okay, ground power's in. There you go, folks. And I will say, their rendition by X-Plane here of Lambert, missing one thing, but otherwise not bad. Hang on a second. Let me get the door open so we can start deplaning. All right, and let's go ahead, deplane. There they go, folks, and cargo's out. Passengers are beginning to do their thing. So welcome into St. Louis. Let me, for those interested, we've parked in, it looks like A8 or A6. Probably not where they would have parked. All right, so now let's get some toolkit up here, folks. They recorded us at 267 feet a minute. The airline itself. I don't see it right offhand. Let's file it. Success. Survey says 206 feet a minute. Lambert scored 108.888. All right, folks, so we are on the ground here. So now, with all of the preliminaries out of the way, let's get Sim Toolkit up here. Told you we can learn some things right out of this free utility program called Sim Toolkit. First off, you can see the approach. Got centers up and all. Let's kind of zoom in. Looks good, doesn't it? Let me just come up here, end flight. All right. So from the logbook, if you open up Sim Toolkit, come down to this icon, My Logbook. Any one of these I can click on and get further information. Okay. This was our last flight. We'll click View Details. And here you'll see the basics, 140, a little fast. And then a full landing report. Now I know I was right of the center line. That I already know. Okay, and it looking like I floated quite a bit. But, wait. Just outside the landing zone. And I knew I had floated. So what do I mean by landing zone? You all are going, wait a minute, there's such thing? Yeah. Here's your threshold. That from here forward is the legal FAA area to land in. If you were to have touched down here, technically landed short and in an area you shouldn't have. And if you landed here, well, you never know what'll happen to your tires in there because that is just a blast pad, mainly to protect the grass behind the heavies. Okay. The landing zone starts from the threshold here, this line here, not this back here. This white line extends all the way up to this hash mark. Each hash you see in here is 500 feet apart. This is where we aim visually, these big marks. Now, I landed outside the landing zone, and that's not unnormal for flying with Mike. And on an 11,000 foot runway, I still had 9,000 feet to go. Pretty good to get her stopped, and I even stopped before runway 624. So if there was a land and hold short, I still made that. Okay, so that's really good. I mean, still good. Numbers look pretty decent. My heading was 301, should have been 303. Pitch, right about where I wanted it. The roll, pretty level, a little bit on, I think, the left wing coming down, trying to get back to the center. The goal is center, especially with heavies. Because, folks, it's 150 feet wide. So you do the math with the big aircraft. But overall, the numbers look good. Really can't complain. So, and if I did, who's going to listen to me except for you all here on Twitch? All right, so now that's interesting. Hang on a second. Why is it showing that? Okay, well, I'll take it. All right, so folks, like I said, we are in the gate. Almost looks like we've come off power. Let's go ahead and get on the ground power. Take a look at where we're doing here. Oh, they get off a lot quicker than they do get on. And of course, folks, like with fueling, I can instant board, instant load, instant deplane as well. And I'm just going through the motions here, folks. So right now, we'll go ahead and come off. Let me take a look. All right, nobody else here, and all engines are off. Oh, we have a Southwest on the ground. Okay. Let's get Sim Toolkit out of the way. See Southwest at the other end. And let me take a look here, see if anyone else was coming in with us. I don't think so. I don't see anyone near in the airport area, so I'm coming off VATSIM. 2 reasons. 1, respect. 2, it's going to disconnect automatically anyway. So, and that's because they don't like you going back and forth on a runway or whatever you're doing in replay. See how we're done. All right, everybody's off. So we are going to close up. Get that away. Go ahead and remove chocks.
Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
I'll be doggone.
Power.
Chocks removed. Ground power disconnected.
Cockpit to ground. Put the chocks on. Remove the chocks. Cockpit to ground. Put the chocks on.
Chocks are on.
That irritates me when I opened them and then they close on me. They must have a timer that I'm not aware of. Okay, the chocks are on, so let's come back down.
Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
Chocks removed.
Yeah, I saw it moving, folks. All right, we're going to give this a try. So we go to Flight, Toggle, and we get a crash to desktop. Oh, well. Well, folks, I hope you enjoyed it. It was a fun flight. Yes. We great time out here. And hopefully we'll get the ability to review flights once again once we go into general release. So, all right, so for now, I'm submitting the report. A report complete, and it doesn't even ask me anymore what did I want to do with it. Never mind. I'm not going there, folks. A lot of places to go with that. But for now, let's call it a day. Folks, thanks for flying with Mike. Like I said, there's a possibility that I could fly Friday. But right now, I don't know. I can't commit 100%. After that, gone for a week and a half. So, folks, we'll see you in December with the next stream. I hope you all have a very happy Thanksgiving. And like I said, we'll see you in December. God bless. Have a great night.